All right, welcome to the stream. Let me know immediately if the audio is too loud. Last stream people were saying that the audio was way too silent. So right now I try to pump up the audio levels a little bit, but it seems like it's even clipping for me a little bit. So I should maybe turn it down just a tiny bit. Hi everyone. Let's see if that's a bit better. So today we're gonna create really random scene once again that I have no idea how I'm gonna create. I did go already before the stream online and downloaded some images because I didn't really want to spend like half an hour in the beginning of the stream just looking for stock images. So I went forward and downloaded some ocean scenes, some dark skies and some ships and just assets that I need in order to create this. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I downloaded a bunch of images, so we should be able to do it. So today's theme is gonna be tentacles, ocean, and some sort of a pirate ship. And we're gonna create this, what I'm envisioning in my head is this stormy ocean scene. And I guess I could also show a little bit of, wait a second. So a little bit of the mood that I'm personally looking for this. So let's actually, wait a second, I will check quickly here. Stormy ocean painting, for example. So if we are looking at these here, wait a second. Yeah, so we have these stormy ocean scenes here. I want to have a mood, probably something close to this. And something like this. It's going to be very blue and dark. Something like this is also pretty cool. So we will try to create something like that. Actually, this is really cool with the moon, but I'm not sure if I want to add the moon. We'll see then maybe along the way. This is also really cool. And these type of paintings inspire me also to create one of my first digital paintings that I created painted back in 2019, I think. But yeah, so that's going to be, yeah, I will show the screen, wait a second. So this is basically what I'm talking about. So these type of scenes, something like this, or something like this, or this. So we're just gonna create this stormy scene. And now we started all the stream again really well. I forgot immediately to turn the screen. There should be some sort of like an audio thing that maybe a Discord channel or something that I do where all of you will immediately spam if I forget to turn it. Would you share your screen? Yes, I would. Sorry about that. Audio and video is good. Audio is clipping a little bit. Okay, I will turn it down just a tiny bit until it's not clipping anymore. So right now it's hitting minus 10 decibels. Now it's hitting minus 15, that should be good. Okay. So now if I go a bit too loud, then that might be a bit annoying, but for normal talking voice, that should be enough. All right, so screen is shared, idea is shared, inspiration is shared, and I guess we will just start. I will also share the images or show you the images here. So these are all the images that I have downloaded, and some of them are my own images. So these are images that I took in Iceland. I think I'm actually going to use this one combined with a little bit of ocean assets that I downloaded to have as the base. Here I might use this sky initially, but I might change it later. I was also thinking of maybe using parts of this stormy ocean that I shot in Iceland, but I would somehow need to replace the foreground here because this rock is no good for us. Then I downloaded this wave, but this is most likely not going to get used. Then I downloaded this one, and I will try with Topaz AI, Topaz Sharpen AI, if I can somehow fix the quality of this image, because it is quite, yeah, I mean, it's blurry, and maybe I could use the background a little bit. Then I downloaded this one, but again, I don't think I will use this one for the scene. I just downloaded it. Same for this one, most likely not going to use it, but I just wanted to have it. This one instead we might use, and this one as well. I'm not sure yet. And here I might use this part of the sky for the background. Then I found this octopus image that I might use as sort of this, I'm not sure how you pronounce it in English, but KRAKEN or something like that. And this one I downloaded as well, but the quality is so horrible that most likely I won't end up using that. Then here we have some tentacles, but actually the tentacles I might create in Cinema 4D. I bought this 3D asset that is rigged, and it was really cheap, like $10 or something. And I will create those in 3D because I couldn't find any tentacle images, and if I did, they are computer generated and look like a little bit odd. Then I downloaded these ship stocks, and I'm subscribed to Envato Elements. I'm not sponsored by them or anything, but I have a subscription there. So if you're wondering where I got these images, these are for Envato, and I think we're gonna use this one. We might have to do some clone stamping work here. And then we have this Stormy Ocean, and then this one. And yeah, I guess we will just see where we will end up, because I really have zero clue how I'm gonna make this work, especially since the lighting in this one is completely different to the scene that we want to create. So I think the first thing to do here is just to create a new scene. And if you have any questions along the way, feel free to ask it. 4000 by 5000 pixels, create. All right. So we have our canvas here. Let's first drag some assets in. I think I'm gonna start with the ocean. So let's pull this in, and we're gonna edit all of these images first in Camera Raw, like always. Was there actually a better one? I think instead of using this one, I want to use this one. Yeah, so let's cancel that and choose this one instead. Hi everyone. Moi Markus. Yeah. So first we're gonna edit this image a little bit in here. And in order to cut the sky out better, I'm gonna expose the sky a little bit brighter, just to create and increase the contrast there as well. It makes it a little easier to separate that background there. Actually don't think I want to do more than that. There was apparently this is how it looked as the default. And then there was some sort of an XMP data on it, I guess, that made it look a little brighter already. But that looks pretty good. Let's hit OK. And then I will stretch this, scale it, and that already has a really nice stormy look to it. But then I want to see if I had something better for the foreground. Maybe this part for the foreground, we'll see. I just don't like how here there's like nothing, or like it's sort of empty space here. So I want to fill that maybe in with this wave. Let's just apply the previous settings here, hit OK. And then we can maybe fill this wave in. Something like that. Let's add a mask to it. Actually, I probably want to invert this mask. And then just brush this wave in here. Okay, so now we have something on the foreground that fills up that space. Let's see how it looks if I flip it. Looks better coming from the right, like the other wave as well. And maybe let's be like a little more careful with the edge. Although if I do that, then it looks unrealistic. So let's just do it like that instead. Okay, so now we have pasted that in. And also I don't really like this here, but we can fix that later. Then we'll see if we can pump any of these other ocean assets into the scene in a way that it will look good. Maybe we'll actually use from this one only that part. So I could crop this in Camera Raw. Actually no, because I might want something else from it. So let's try to edit it quickly to match with this. Exposure down, a little bit of cyan in there, temperature down. That looks pretty good. Let's do a little bit of noise reduction. Although these were shot at ISO 800 and there's not like that much noise, but still. All right, so now we have this asset here that we can use later on. I don't think I will need it now, but just to prepare it for our scene. Here I definitely, let's try this in Topaz AI quickly. So I'll bring this asset in. I'm gonna edit it quickly in Camera Raw. So let's bring more temperature in. Let's decrease the saturation and the vibrance. I want to go to the calibration. And let's try to match the colors a little better with what we had. I love this new color grading thing in Camera Raw. It's way better than it was. First I was a little against it. I didn't really like it that much, but now I've sort of grown to like it. And all I'm now trying to do is to match the colors already in Camera Raw. I think that's really important for everyone who's starting projects, to just like match all of the images before you start creating anything out of them. Because the better the images look together in the beginning, the easier it is to blend them and everything. And if everything looks completely different, you are most likely going to overuse layers. Your project is going to slow up a lot. And I think it's just very important to remember to first edit everything to look a little bit alike here in Camera Raw. I think that's close enough. Let's see. Actually, it's a bit too cyan, so I'm gonna go back here and let's add a little bit of magenta in there, and then see. That's a little better. So now we have this here. I'm actually gonna rasterize this because I don't think that I will need the Camera Raw anymore for that one. Let's see what people are saying here. Horizontal canvas could be dope as well with the tentacles and stuff. I agree, but I'm most likely going to post this to Instagram, so I'm just going to, yeah. That wave suited there really good. Yeah, I think it's really interesting how you can just quickly paste something in and it looks already like pretty good. What have I missed so far? You haven't really missed anything. I'm just pumping assets in, and I have all these assets here that I am dragging to the scene and just trying to match them before I start editing. So we wanted to use Topaz AI for this. I will use the denoiser app, and I'm using my Stream Deck to open everything. So if sometimes it gets a little confusing with what I do, just ask in there. So here you can see immediately if I zoom in, that Topaz AI does a really good job bringing in more detail into this. And if you don't have Topaz AI, I highly recommend it. I use it for pretty much every stock image I download, because it just adds so much more detail. And I think the Sharpen AI is also really good, and I might use that one for this too. Let's just see what. I think the denoise AI worked a little better. So let's enhance the sharpness and then recover some of the original detail from there. And that adds a little nice crispiness to some areas of the image. Let's apply that. And then I will open the Sharpen AI. And this is a software that is, nowadays I would say it's pretty commonly used, but still like not everyone knows about it. And I would suggest anyone who uses stock images and has blurry images or something like that to get this program. It's a little slow. I have like a really, see, like this is insane. Like this image was completely blurry. It was out of focus, and it doesn't do, of course, a perfect job, but if you look at it from further away, it's quite convincing. So I definitely recommend anyone who has stock images or blurry images to get this. And I'm an affiliate with them as well. So if you are interested in getting a discount for the software, you can ask me for that. Let's see. It's a little extreme on these areas. So sometimes I do use the masking tools here. Where are they here in this new one? So here. So I would actually take it off from here. So let's subtract this effect from here, because this was already sharp enough. So I don't need the sharpness like to that area, but I want it everywhere else. Something like that. That creates like a really nice distraction for it. All right. And then let's see now if I apply the mask. That looks pretty good. And if you look at the difference, it's quite impressive if you ask me. Let's apply that, and then I want to show you quickly the before and after of using this. The piece I posted on Instagram a few days ago, horizontal, lowest engagement ever. Don't really care about it, but damn, it's this weird now. Yeah, horizontal doesn't really work for Instagram either. And in general, Instagram is just, I don't know. I'm trying to move more towards YouTube. These live streams have been sort of a good gateway to that. And I have some traveling to do still before I can commit to YouTube. I will get my second dose of the vaccine in Finland. And then I will go to Switzerland in a few days. And then after Switzerland, I go to Finland. And then from Finland, I go to Turkey to celebrate mine and Michelle's birthdays. So after that, I will finally settle for a while and then do some YouTube. And as you can see, it is a pretty slow program. It's applying changes since forever now. And I have a really, really fast computer. And that took quite a long time, if you ask me. I'm all about the ArtStation stuff now, getting a nice portfolio. Yeah, I sometimes dive really deep into the world of ArtStation as well. And just, yeah, try to get inspiration from there. I don't really post there myself, to be honest. Okay, so this was the before, and then after the AI programs, it looks quite different. And yes, it does look a little, actually quite unrealistic in these areas, but you can then just blur those parts again if you really want to. But yeah, now we have this ocean. And I think the next thing we're gonna do is, let's see, maybe this wave. So as you can see, my workflow works in a way that I just prepare everything first nowadays. I used to do it very differently, but nowadays I've just found out that it's way better for me personally to prepare everything and then start like combining everything together. And what I'm just eyeballing it now, so I don't really like know exactly how it would match. I'm just trying to like look at the tone here and then have the same tone overall in the whole image. Something like that. That might be a little too saturated, but we'll see. No, that actually matches really well. Maybe some of those areas are a little bit too cyan, but that should work pretty well. Okay, what else do we need? We need the ship, and the ship is arguably going to take the most time. We also need a sky. I thought of using this sky, but it might be a little too open, this sky. So I might also use my skies from my sky pack, but for that I need to connect one hard drive. And where is this hard drive? Here. And this hard drive is not connected right now. Let's see. I'm quickly going to connect this hard drive. There we go. And now I should be able to get a sky in. So Visuals of Julius Sky Pack. Then let's go to tips. And then actually it could be that I can even use the skies from our recent France trip, because we got some pretty insane skies there. This one could work for this scene. We could put the moon here and have a really dark edge. Or this one that I've actually now overused already at this point. I've used it already in so many edits. This one? This one I at least haven't used yet. And here we could get some interesting looks for sure. This was a really insane storm in France when we were driving, and we had to just stop and take some images of it because it looked too good not to. And sorry that I'm not explaining everything that I do, but like, yeah, I'm just trying to like move forward and get this piece started like finally, because the preparing always takes a little while, but the preparing I didn't want to leave out. I left out searching for the stock images, but this part I actually do want to include because I think it's really important. Okay, so just an initial quick edit. Which version of Photoshop is the best? I don't think there is a best Photoshop version. You just use the one you have. I use the newest one. Those rain stories looked crazy. Yeah, there was some really big storms on that trip, and it was quite unfortunate because I would have wanted to shoot like a little bit of a stormier weather. And Johanna's okay. This guy actually good work. So let's go into this image and then add a mask to it. And I am most likely just going to... I mean, I sort of want to keep these misty parts in there. So it could be that I try with color range, but since it's all pretty much the same color, most likely, yeah, it's not really going to detect those edges. Here sort of, but again, not really. So we are just gonna do a rough mask on it. Let's bring this guy under and then let's just mask away. Either way, it doesn't have to be like a perfect mask, as long as like I don't need the sky completely separate. Or the mask to be perfect in that sense. So I'm just doing a really rough mask now at first. Okay, so this sky, sort of I like it, sort of not. We'll have to see. Then we had the other sky, which was this one. This one definitely not, so that one I will ditch immediately. And let's see if I had another one. Let's see if this one would like fit into it. So let's just darken it from the other side a little bit. I don't want it that bright. And maybe brighten up from this side. It doesn't have to be that dark. And then noise reduction. And let's darken it from the top. Increase a little bit of detail in there. And also the horizon a little darker. Something like that. Right, let's try this guy out. Okay, so this guy definitely has like a completely different feeling to it, but I sort of don't like how aggressive the change from this clearness goes to the storm. Let's see if I flip it. Still not a fan, so we'll just keep this guy for now and we'll see. Why are you so irregular in YouTube? I have no excuses. I just have been lacking with it completely and it annoys me as well. I don't have a good answer for that. Okay, then we at the ship here. And I think the best way to approach this would be to... Maybe I'll just do a rough mask around it with the lasso tool. And mask it out. And then use the blend if slider to get rid of the white parts. And I can't really... I mean, I can sort of use it, but not too aggressively. I mean, yes, I can use it aggressively. I can just do this. Maybe to that point. And then I can duplicate this. And in this one, we'll take it off. And we actually mask the whole thing away. And then we bring in these points that got masked away. Yeah, this is the way how I usually do it with blend if. It's like if I want to cut something quickly out, I use the blend if, and then I bring the lost areas back. And then of course I need to still mask some other areas off as well, but This is usually my workflow for the blend diff slider. And this is a little bit of a tedious job now, but we sort of just have to do it. And here is mostly going to be that. And what about here? Yeah, that's also mostly just part of the whole thing. And here as well. And here. But here is actual. That should be part of it as well, I guess. And then here, maybe those areas we mask differently. Yeah, let's just mask those areas differently. It's just the outer edge is now the most important initially. These we can mask separately. And these we can mask away. I wish that I wouldn't have to do this part now, because this actually will take quite a long time to do in the live stream. Okay. So I think that's now the initial stage for it. Let's cut those separately as well. And these. Okay, so all of that we should be able to now then cut separately. Yeah, so I'm gonna keep those and then I'm gonna just duplicate it. So now we have a duplicate of it and the original ship stays in that folder. So in case we need it, or if I notice that I need it, then I will do it. And I'm gonna show you this one interesting tool that I figured out recently, but I think for that I need to first edit this a little bit in Camera Raw, because I want more definition to these ropes. Let's increase the contrast, decrease the blacks, something like that. Maybe the shadows we can actually keep a little open. Something like that. And yeah, so there's an eraser, which is called background eraser tool. And this basically detects edges and you can erase parts of like white stuff around. But actually even a better thing is the magic eraser tool, which basically detects spaces in between. I know masking would be better, but if you want to create a mask, then I think it would be a little more, actually it wouldn't be more complicated. You just duplicate it and then when you click on these points, it erases. Sometimes it doesn't do a good job, but this erases the background. And then when you erase it, then you can hit Control here and then hit Control-Shift-I, and then that creates a mask around those areas. So now you can see those are now masked. Actually, those are masked in areas, so I would have to invert this. And now you can see that the areas that I just created with the eraser here now show up in a mask on the bottom one. So if you would want to add it as a mask, you can, but I don't think for this use it purpose we need it. So I'm just gonna like erase these parts. And did you know about this tool? Asking in general from all of you, because this is something that I thought was pretty cool when I found out. What do you mean? Masking is the best thing ever? Yeah, sure. Why don't you use Smart Object? I don't really need Smart Object for this one. I will add it when I resize, but for this process now, I don't really need it. And there's a million ways to do this. So yeah, it's just, I'm just now gonna do it in a way that makes the most sense time-wise. Now I'm actually gonna add a mask here and just mask some of these areas off. Actually, I don't think we even need to keep this one. No, I'm not gonna keep this one. We'll be completely fine without that one. So I just mask away all of these other areas, but we don't need that main sort of front. What do you call those in English, these things? I guess we will quickly grab the bend tool, and this should speed up the process a little bit. All right, now we got rid of that. And then let's get rid of this area here. Do you use a mouse or a vacuum? I'm using a mouse usually when I stream or when I'm just doing edits like this. I do have a vacuum though, but a vacuum, or however you pronounce it in English. But yeah, I don't find myself using it that often. Mouse just feels like more natural. And the drawing tablet is definitely more accurate and better for like brushing in lights or masking or whatever. But yeah, most of the time I just use a mouse. And I know this process now is a little boring, so sorry. Sorry for being a bit more silent and just focusing on cutting this off. But I sort of want to get this process done as quick as possible and then move on. I have no idea how I'm gonna blend this yet, but I'm sure we'll figure out a way. Also, the tentacle creation process is gonna be interesting because I'm gonna do that in Cinema 4D instead of Photoshop or using stock images. So that should be really interesting. I hope that the 3D model I bought is good because I didn't really check much on it yet other than open the non-texture version of it. And yeah, someone is soon gonna ask, why don't you just use pen tool and then erase all the areas at once? You are right, I could do that, and maybe I should. Or if not that, at least the polygonal lasso tool. This usually works pretty well for me as well when I do quick selections. This is like, I hate doing this. This is the most boring thing about editing. I think a lot of people can agree on that. Just like cutting shapes off. I always wish that this process could be sped up like times 10. Every time I'm even watching a tutorial and someone doesn't speed up these parts, I'm like, oh, I really don't want to watch this. So I'm just holding shift to add to this selection. So some people, I've noticed that they do it in a way that they just do one selection at a time. But if you hold shift, you can add to a selection and then erase all of those or mask those out at once instead of doing it one by one. So just a little quick tip if you haven't thought of that before. It's like with objects like this, there's so many tiny gaps that you need to cut out, and sometimes I don't even notice all of them, and then I go back, oh, that's not supposed to be there. So that is now cut out. What else needed to be cut out? These areas here. I want to keep the ropes because I think if there wouldn't be the ropes, it would look a little odd. But I guess most people would never really pay attention if there aren't enough ropes. But let's just keep most of them. So many gaps. I really hope I'm able to blend this. I should be able to. Just I'm mostly scared because this is like, I think this is a 3D model and it has a bunch of these like sort of patchy areas there. Like those sort of make me nervous. But let's see how it will look. I mean, it's a stormy weather either way, so it shouldn't be an issue. All right, I'm sure we'll still find more areas to mask, but that's now good enough initially. That one bright area makes me annoyed, but I think I'm just gonna brush that in because it is a part of this. So instead of masking or clone stamping, I might just brush color there. And also these areas look horrible, so I might need to actually even turn the original thing on for a while. And well, let's just duplicate this for a while and then delete layer mask. And then fill these areas in, so I miss like a few crucial areas here. That's why. What is this here? Oh, this is all rope. Okay. So we definitely want to keep all the ropey parts. What else did I? Here I masked these things away. Here we need to mask some of those parts in. That in. Okay. Here's a rope. I guess we can just take that off. Here's little areas that I missed. Maybe that we need to still fix. Those we can just paint back in again if we want to. And those areas, I guess we could go one by one. So let's just go back here and then with the brush tool, let's remove these areas quick. Then we are pretty much done. Those we don't need. And these areas, I mean, probably better. I'm a little bit too much of a perfectionist sometimes because you wouldn't really, when I blend it, you wouldn't see these. But they bother me so much that there are like still gaps. And I'm not doing like, I'm just trying to like quickly get rid of them. Also this rope, do we need it? No. That's good enough. Okay. Now the ship is finally cut out. Let's see the chat quickly. I wish I was good at color grading. Yeah, color grading is one of those things that you will never get good at if you don't just like actually try to understand how color works and how like curves and all the basically what color do you get when you slide this down. If you don't know what happens when you slide something, it's really hard to actually become good at color grading. So the technical part is really important in that as well. What resolution? 4000 by 5000. How do you make multiple selections? That I explained already. Do you like more surreal or realistic art? I'm in between, definitely. I feel the regret masking this out. Gonna be worth it though. Yeah. Do you follow boss logic? I don't think so. Could be, I'm not sure. I started to use Blender for a base of my concept art, and I have to say I love it, and it increases the realism level a lot. Although I bought one of your courses, it's pretty hard for me to achieve realistic lighting just through Photoshop. Yeah, it is really, really hard to achieve super realistic lighting in Photoshop, and in 3D it just sort of happens naturally, which is a really good thing. Okay, let's combine that and then grab the eraser tool. Let's straighten that point out. There's still some areas here that we'll fix later on. So that's now the initial way how it works. Let's take these hanging ropes away as well. So I think I'm gonna start off by, oh, that is very annoying there. And this rope. And that rope we need to keep. Okay, so I think the way I'm gonna start this out is again duplicate this one to have a copy. And let's focus on these ropes first. I just wanna make these ropes look good. So I'm gonna burn the highlights from the ropes and from the wood areas. This is gonna already like increase the realism of it before we even start to blend like a lot. So let's just, we're gonna actually constant that in, so we don't have to worry about that yet. But yeah, let's just burn some of these ropes. That's the first sort of way, or the first step to get this look a little better. Actually, this part here I might mask out. We'll see. Either way, I'm gonna like burn a lot of the highlights because we wouldn't have these strong highlights in here because we don't have such strong light source. So here you can see that this is a little bit of a destructive workflow. I teach it also in my courses, and you definitely wouldn't have to do it like this, but this is definitely the easiest and quickest sort of lazy fix to highlights. There we actually have a huge mistake, so let's quickly erase that away. And if my if my web camera at some point shuts off and the audio gets bad because of that, just let me know immediately and I try to like react to it. Because it happens every time in the live stream when my camera runs out of battery that the audio somehow gets messed up, and I hate when that happens. So just write into the chat immediately if the audio gets like completely cut off. I actually want to recreate a lot of these highlights, so I'm just gonna like burn a lot of them out. Already it's starting to like fit here way better. These areas are so annoying. Let's see what we're gonna do with it. This thing we have to clone stamp in, or did I say that I'm gonna actually brush color in there? Maybe better. So I will just select these areas, and then I will create a new layer, and then I will brush color in. So let's keep the bottom quite dark. And then the middle is going to be like somewhat the same color with those. Something like that. And then I'm actually going to expand this. So let's expand this by 2 pixels and then brush in the same thing. And it looks horrible right now, but we'll be able to fix that soon. So then when it looks like that, then we can just copy, for example, the part from here. I think that one is good enough here. Let's take this, duplicate it, and then clip mask it to that layer. And then we squeeze it and we warp it. And we warp it to match with this. It doesn't have to be perfect, but just so we have like a little match there. Okay. And then we take the opacity down from that. I know it's not perfect, but it doesn't have to be. Just trying to find quick fixes here and there is better than trying to fix the issue completely. Because these are areas, like I've come to learn as an artist that you cannot spend like 50% of your time while creating something into details like this, because no one else will ever be able to notice those. Like if I go further away now, you wouldn't really necessarily pay attention to a small area like that. But if it would be like this, you would clearly spend way more attention to it. But since it's such a small detail there, and especially if we clone stamp this rope in, for example, so we clone stamp this rope in there like that. And then maybe fix some of these areas still. So here. And this rope we have to also clone stamp in. I'm actually going to probably combine these now and then copy this rope from here. And then just use this rope to fix some of the other areas. This we can then stretch. I'm all about quick decisions when it comes to editing now. I don't try to overthink too much of like how I do things, and I try to fly through my projects. Because if I stick to one project for like weeks and weeks, it makes me feel really demotivated with everything, and I sort of like to just get things done a little quicker nowadays, and that has at least worked phenomenally for me, of like just not overthinking art and just like trying to get it done. There we go. Now we have fixed sort of the rope issue here. And there's some other rope issues that we can fix with this as well. So we can just make this smaller. And then we can... I actually don't like using the warp tool as much as the puppet warp tool. I usually find myself using the puppet warp tool if I want to warp something. There we go. This we will clone stamp because those ropes don't make any sense. This we will clone stamp, or actually not clone stamp, but again fill in with a part from here, for example. So those areas are not going to be issues. Quite a lot of work to just like make an asset like ready to be used. But that's something that you just sometimes have to do. Let's take this area off from here. And then let's focus on this. So I would first probably do it like this. So we create like a rough line for where the patch has to be. Then I am going to probably create a selection out of that quick. Sometimes the way how I create selections is that I create first a selection, then I paint something in, and now I have that as a selection because I need to do something before I need this one. But now it's saved. If I hit Ctrl and I click here, I have that selection ready to go. So let's now select an area from lower. So again, I would say that the best thing to do it is from here, because here is where we have the most room. So with the lasso tool, I would just grab this area here. Actually, we don't need that one, but just like that. Wrong key. There we go. Let's duplicate that. And then we can go back here and then bring this area up. And then let's mask it in, clip mask it to the selection that we had, and then starts the matching process. So I would say we match those lines first. And might be that we need to do a little like bigger area soon, but this is like the initial way how I would do it. That looks pretty good. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect, but just to get like the initial area in. Okay. And then we need a few more areas. So I think we could take this area from here. We can actually use the same thing and then just clip mask it there as well. And like that. All right. So now that is fixed, and this area is really easy to clone stamp in. So we just clone stamp that in, because why not? And here as well, maybe clone stamp that area in. So here, like in this case, the only thing you need to take away from this is to remember that it doesn't make any sense to always clone stamp. Sometimes it's better to just paste objects. And then let's erase this area from here. Okay, that looks okay. Could look better, but we can fix it again. So now we have that area there, and we can actually get rid of this really sharp line by just erasing the edge like that. And then the same thing here. Let's just erase that edge. And then only thing we need to do is to clip mask a color layer to this, and then with a smaller flow, just to brush like some color to these areas, so it matches better with the lighting and so on. This hides also a little bit of the texture, but it's not like too much for me to be concerned with. And actually I cannot... Yeah, that's better. I actually, you don't have to clip mask it, otherwise it will be fucked up, so. There we go. That looks good enough because we have patchiness going on everywhere in the body either way. So that was like more than good enough for this. Then I don't need it anymore, so I can just duplicate it into this one. Then we can clone stamp. Let's see if this is as easy as doing it with the healing brush tool. Yeah. So this works the best with the healing brush tool. No need to do anything else. There we go. Maybe this line we'll fix at some point. Here, this rope, I'm actually like slightly, maybe the way how I'm gonna hide this is that I pretend that it's just gonna go under this. Yeah, that's better. So now this rope goes under, so it's not gonna bother there. And then here, again, maybe just take this area, duplicate it, bring it up and match it here. Actually make it a little wider. And then let's warp it. So this area here we can erase. We don't need that point. So just like this. And then this one we need to warp a little better. There we go. Okay, so now that's fixed, sort of. How bored are you watching this? Because I would be a little bored if I would have to watch someone just clone them for half an hour straight. But that's just the process, so I have to do it. Or maybe some people are interested to actually see the whole process. And maybe also it's important to just like realize the workflow, like how I think in certain situations when I'm editing, and not so much like, even though it's a tedious process of like following someone just mask, maybe that's like an important step as well. Perfect, Jonas. Let's talk after this live for a while. What headphones are you using right now? I'm using the DT9 990 Pros. Not sure if I even showed here, you can see it. Yeah. So. All right. Now that we have that going on, then we maybe clone some of these shadows or highlights off, because they're a little annoying there. I think the most important thing people forget is that like if you have highlights, really strong highlights somewhere, and your edit is not gonna have strong highlight source, you sort of have to clone stamp those areas off. Like there's no way around it, you just have to do it. Same here now for me. So like I need to clone stamp these areas in, otherwise it will look weird. And here again, I'm probably gonna just copy this thing, duplicate it, bring it here, turn it, and then just like maybe clone stamp these parts out. And then combine again. Here, these highlights away. We're getting somewhere. Soon I will stop doing this process and we'll start to focus on composing things in again. So that's better now. And then these highlights we sort of have to fix. But I think we can figure that out with the curve. So let's create a line here. And then a line here. So I'm interested to see if I'm able to create this with a curve. So let's add a curve, darken it. think it needs a little green in there. And just a little bit of cyan. That worked. And then let's just take this away from these areas where we don't want the curve to be so strong. And that edge is now easy to clone stamp. So I just combine this. And then these edges that look now sharp, I can just clone stamp in. And when we add highlights, new highlights to this, and when we add like splashes and so on, a lot of these areas will be hidden either way. So I'm not gonna worry about that too much. But it was necessary to fix that highlight issue there. So if we now check before and after, we have like fixed a lot of the areas here. And yeah, that's our ship. Now I'm gonna turn it into a smart object so I can scale it without losing detail. I'm gonna have it probably this big in the scene. I would preferably want to have it like something like this in there. Partly submerge into the waves. And yeah, that's now the beginning. Let's see. I haven't seen you in a while, mate. Glad you're killing it. Thank you. It's actually pretty interesting to see you use different methods to fix things. As a beginning with Photoshop, it's been really helpful. Good to hear that, because Photoshop is about problem solving. Like most of the time, it's only about problem solving. Like you run into an issue and then you just have to fix it somehow. And I think it's the perfect way to sort of approach learning, to see how someone else solves problems. Okay, so now that we have this, let's try to maybe see if we can bring in something else from here as well. I sort of liked the bottom of this sky here. Maybe we also bring this guy in now. And this is gonna be, there's the head, okay. So I think I can cut most of it off by using the red blend slider. So here, yeah, so with that I can cut most of it out. Actually, no. That's gonna look horrible if I do it like that. So maybe I'll just do it manually. Let's first do a quick selection on it. And the head. So that's like a very, very rough quick selection. Then we do the rest with the lasso tool. So just gonna use these areas to add in here, like the edge around. Also, one thing a lot of people who start with Photoshop is they try to do too perfect like selections, and that's gonna like increase the editing time like so much. And you can usually fake a lot of like things. You don't necessarily need to do everything perfectly in order to get good results. Like even here, that part is gonna look completely fine when we blend it. Here, these areas, it doesn't require you to be completely perfect. Actually, if maybe I would just cut it like a little short. I'll do that area later, but this one we can add from here. I'm gonna do Topaz AI for this layer as well. It's a pretty like foggy layer because it is taken in the ocean. And then here I actually want to capture the whole head around. And then we're gonna paint some texture in there because right now there's no texture at all. Something like that. And then we'll fix this area. Okay, most of it is going to be under the ocean either way, so that should be good enough. Let's mask it. And we're going to have this somehow like here. It's going to like come through the ocean. And then I'm gonna like do the tentacles from him. Some of the tentacles are gonna come under the ocean, and then some of them are gonna come like a little differently, but that's sort of the way how we're gonna have it now. And I think the next thing to do is to dive into the process of creating some of the tentacles. So I think I'm gonna save this project quick. So let's save it as, not save a copy, but save as, and then we're gonna save it here. Let's just do KRAKEN or something like that. All right. So, should we move into Cinema 4D then? I think we should. So, I'll open Cinema 4D. So this part of the tutorial might not be, or this part of the live might not be that interesting to people who are not interested in 3D at all. But I'm just quickly gonna do something here, so don't worry. It's not gonna be like mainly about this. I actually watch and never get bored. That's really good to hear. Monitor name, I use the LG GL850. Or LG GL8. Yeah, I think it's LG GL850. We'll be looking at the realistic scale for the water here. Nah, I don't think so. This is taken with the zoomless. Maybe I will look at it a little bit, but I want to have like really aggressive waves. The ship would be actually way bigger there. It would like hit almost like up here if I would do it in a realistic way. So we'll have to see. Maybe I need to replace some parts of the ocean with this image. So actually like use this part of the ocean for that middle part in order to make the feeling like a little bit further away. I also won't probably keep this sky, maybe not even this sky. Let's see actually how it will look if I use my moon brush here. So if I go here and I add a moon to the sky there, like this is just like the initial thing I want to see, like if a moon light would be better. Of course I will need to make it darker and stuff. Because if I do add a moonlight, then I could have the light shining to the back of the ship here, and I could have some of that glow coming through these parts, which could look dope, but we'll have to see then. Let's now focus on the tentacles. So I need to open my sample project, and here I'm actually not going to explain almost anything to you because I don't think it's relevant right now. Let's just add the 3D object here. So I have it on my hard drive. So here on the models, tentacle, let's do the tentacle 1, I think. Okay, so here we have the tentacle. If I render it, it's gonna look weird. Did this actually open it? Yeah. I need to copy this into this project and then zoom in and render that again. Okay, so here we have our gray, boring tentacle. And this comes with two different formations. One is the straight one and one is this like down one or a spiraled one. And I think we're gonna use this and deform it a little in Photoshop. And I think the first thing I'm gonna do is just create the material. So I am going to add the textures from here and plug those in quick. So let's just divide them. This is the diffuse, so that goes to the diffuse. This is the height map. I'm just gonna use the height as a bump map for this one. Normal goes to normal and roughness goes to the roughness. I am going to duplicate this. And then I'm going to create a mix material. And the way how mix materials work in Cinema 4D is that it basically combines two materials together and gives the average of those two. You can change here in the, where is that? Here in the amount, I can change which one of these materials is going to be more visible. And the other one is going to be a diffuse, which means that it's just like it doesn't, there isn't gloss on that layer or texture at all. And the other one is going to be set to gloss. And you can see here in the preview then that this one became now more glossy and looks a little bit more fleshy sort of. So that's what we're going to do. And then we're going to add color corrections to these image texture points. And this allows me to adjust the color and basically the brightness of this thing. So let's bring this in here. And then let's play around with this. I'm actually going to add a daylight into our scene and quickly spin this daylight around. I probably want the light to come from there somehow. So something like that. Because that's where the light is coming in our scene as well. And the good thing about 3D is I can just like spin this around however I want. I think something like this will be good for our scene. So just trying to match the perspective of the scene. That lighting is pretty good. Okay, so let's go back to the material and edit this a little here. I want to make it more blue or more like less red. So I'm gonna quickly desaturate. This is actually too magenta now. So a little more red after all. And then I want to increase the gamma here. And I'm gonna add a color correction to the roughness and increase the gamma here, and that, or decrease the gamma, and this increases the amount of glow that we are gonna have from this. Actually, I can also do it from here, I think. Okay. I don't always know what I'm doing exactly. It's just something that I've learned, and then I try to like work with it. Let's see if that does anything. No, that actually doesn't do anything here. I think I'm gonna take let's see if we delete the roughness from here. No, we definitely need it. So I think that's like already good enough because I can then further blend it in Photoshop. So the way how I'm gonna render this out now is I'm gonna do 4000 by 5000, and then I'm gonna save it as a PNG. And I'm gonna select a path for it, and the path is gonna be here, Tentacle 1. And let's use alpha channel for it. And then let's add a little bit more samples. Samples basically mean how clear the render is gonna be. And here in the settings, I also need to check alpha channel and keep environment off. And that's pretty much it. So now if I render it, there we go. It's gonna take a while. Actually, no, I did something really stupid. I don't really know what I did there. I probably just zoomed it in weirdly. And clearly when I'm streaming, this program slows down quite a bit, but that's okay. There we go. So now that we have it as a PNG, I'm just gonna hit render. And before that, I wanna save, oh no, I did something stupid. I want to save this here, and let's do it Tentacle. So we have the Cinema 4D file as well. And then we're just gonna hit render. And if everything goes well, it should appear here. And let's hope that it doesn't take forever to render out now that I am streaming. It is actually taking quite a long time. Or quite a long time. It's already at like 32 samples. And while that is going out, then we can focus back here. Let me check the chat while it's rendering as well. Been trying to custom build my own PC. What specs would I need to handle Photoshop and Cinema 4D so smoothly? You would actually need really, really good specs. So I don't think I'm the right person to ask it, because I would just get the best of the best. And when it comes to a bit more detailed information, how specs work and so on, then I don't really have a lot of recommendations. I have a RTX 3080. I have 64 gigabytes of RAM. I have the Ryzen new series Ryzen 5900, and yeah, that's pretty much the main specs of the PC. So it is a pretty good PC, but clearly when I'm streaming and using 3D and Photoshop and Photo Mechanic and all these apps at the same time, it lags down a bit, but that's fine. So one thing that I wanted to try to do here is to use this image. Actually, did I already put it here? I am not sure. So we did this one, here it is. So if we use this one, I think I would be able to bring a little bit more of a realistic scale here. But if I want to use this, I also need to fill in the middle part. And with what image do I fill in the middle part in with? That's gonna be the harder part to do. Maybe we can use this image here. Yeah, we can use this one. But unfortunately, I mean, it's not that hard to edit to look the same. It's almost there already. So something like that, I guess. And then we just mask this middle area back in with the different texture. And it might be that I need to use a different point, so I'll just add it like this. And then maybe brush some of that area still in. It's a very like fine line in between here, that like what looks realistic and what doesn't. I think that's good enough for now. Let's stretch it. And then now we can put it under here. And we could use that for the middle area. Because then the ship would be in like a better scale there. Behind that wave, and then we increase it with some other stuff. So let's brush this in there. I sort of did like that wave back there, but it might be a little stupid for this angle. So we just have to figure that out then. Even maybe this one. I mean, we have this layer as well. We can just use this one for the background. So let's disable the layer mask for a while, bring the opacity down, and then just match the horizon level. And then just brush this in to some of the areas here. Yeah, that's actually gonna probably work a little better. Something like that. I'm gonna stretch it a little. So now we're getting it a little bit more in there. Puppet warp is going to be amazing for this. Yeah, I think I read that comment already, and you are right. How much did you set the brush hardness? It's at 0% all the time. Or pretty much all the time, I would say. Was there some other areas in this layer that we could use? Yes, there was. So if we lift this now to the horizon line, we can brush some of this in. Yeah, that's actually better there. Way better. So we add like these layers of waves in here. So if someone is wondering what the heck am I doing here, I'm just trying to brush in different ocean assets here to make the overall scene look a little bit more like stormy and that the waves actually like come crashing in. And this boat is going to be in the middle there somehow. Let's hope I can make it look somewhat realistic. Maybe this wave here in the middle or in the foreground has to be even... No, it actually fit there so well, I shouldn't touch that. Let's see if our tentacle has finished. Yes, it has. And then we're gonna render the same tentacle out from a few different angles. I'm gonna render one when it's straight. So let's render it out from like this side. And I'm gonna set the light to be coming from there. Let's see how that looks. I mean, I don't even have to see how it looks. I'm pretty sure it will look okay. Something like that. Let's see how that... No. Actually, I did the stupid thing. Again. Let's hope that didn't reset it. Let's see. Yeah, so the tentacle is still there. Let's go to here and let's name this tentacle 2 so we don't confuse the... Okay. That light is too strong. So I'm gonna stop it and bring this light even more down. Like that. That should be like the golden light we had for the other one. Yeah, that should be enough. Because this is, we're just gonna use this as an asset that we can warp. Hey, I got a question about courses, but there's no way I can reach you, so if you can check my Instagram message, would be appreciated. I will not check it now during the live, but I will try to go through my DMs after the live. And I'm actually gonna go to the toilet quickly now, so just a second. All right, so that tentacle has now rendered, and then we will render it from a few more angles. I think I'm gonna do one from almost straight like this. So let's render that out. And this is gonna be called tentacle tree. And I'm gonna render that out quick. Stream quality is still fine, right? No issues with audio, no issues with video. Just want to make sure. Stream is all good, perfect. I think this approach nowadays, when I like learn to do a little bit more 3D, it's so useful for like Photoshop projects like that as well, because I can just buy an asset for like $5 to $10, and then I can deform it in Photoshop if needed. Like for example, these tentacles, I could never ever find tentacles from a stock image website. If I tried it, and if I write tentacles, let's go to Unsplash, or even let's go to Envato. So if I go to Envato Elements and I write octopus here, all I get is, I mean, here's one stock video, but I don't really need video, and taking screenshots from video never really works that well. I mean, yeah, there's some 3D assets here. They look pretty cartoonish if you ask me. And then if we go to photos, it's all like dead octopus on a plate. And you can't really, maybe I could like somehow get even here like one part from here, but it just won't look good. So I'm glad I've learned a little bit of 3D so I can like do this. Then let's do one more with like from this side. Like that, and with the light shining again from the same area like that. And then let's do tentacle 4. I didn't use images at all with the last piece I did. Just 3D with overpainting is already a crazy good combo. Love it. Yeah, whoa, that's way too strong light here. Yeah, I've learned to love it so much as well. It's like the best thing ever to just combine to the both of these worlds together and do it like that. Let's see if that lighting is good. The reason why I'm not like updating the scene here, the live viewer, is because it's 4000 by 5000 and it lags up the scene so much that I mean, maybe I could do it, but how long have we streamed so far? It says 1 hour and 30 minutes. This is awesome. Thank you. So let's try to blend this ship in a little. So first off, it would be submerged in the water a little. So I'm gonna create a mask and then create that sort of wavy, like it will be sort of hidden behind there somehow, like this. Something like that, but then it has to be covered in splashes as well. These, like, I'm pretty bad at making these type of things look good. Even I've had a lot of practice, it's still like not the easiest thing for me. And I think I'm gonna bring it a little more down. And then I'm going to use my splash brushes to, I mean, that's a bit too repetitive, but let's do that. And then I have this splash brush that I can just brush with. So that should do a pretty good job at hiding the base of the ship. Same thing here. Let's add like a little bit of those splashes, and then let's use this splash brush and just try to hide it in there even better. Still looks pretty bad, but I think if I add some sort of a wave here, it's gonna look better. I was thinking of maybe using this one somehow, but how, I have no idea. So let's just take it. Maybe that part as well for now. And mask it. And then flip it horizontally and use this wave. Now I need to like actually think how I would make this work, because it could probably even look cool here on the left side. Behind the ship, so it would be behind here. And then I would mask a bunch of that away. And that itself could already work. If we add a little bit of splash to it. So now there's a wave on that side. I think I need to go back to camera raw and edit a little bit though. Take the contrast down, brightness down. And just match it a bit better with what is there. Yeah, that's a little better. We need something here though. Should I look at reference? I should. Any artist who does this should look at a reference. So let's do, say, pirate ship ocean. And then let's see how it will look in paintings or storm. Okay, so where do we start? It has to be some sort of a similar than ours, as ours. So there would definitely be some waves next to it. And usually the way how painters treat it is that they create like waves actually going away from the boat. So maybe flipping that wave that we had could work. All of these have like waves in the front of the boat. This one is probably now the best. And this one here. So it splashes to the front like that. So we should be able to do it. I think my mouse is running out of battery or something. It's disconnecting all the time. So I think if we duplicate this and we bring it above the boat and then we flip it and we actually put it like somehow like this against the ship, that's when we could cheat it a little bit and we could get that stormy look to it. I think I'm also going to rasterize at this point so I can warp it a little. So I feel like now we're getting somewhere. Like if I add this wave here, then it's going to look way different from what it did. But we will need to get that part of the wave. And that part of the wave is a little annoying. So let's make it smaller and add it here. Warp it even more. Maybe we bring the ship like more down. That could probably be better. Yeah, we need to bring the ship a bit more down. And also mask it from here. Now it's like a little more submerged in there. It doesn't look good enough yet. I'm just trying to figure out the blend on this wave. So I'm definitely not used to creating stuff like this. This is gonna take a while. So I need to really find like the spot where it will look the best. Maybe here. Yeah, that's where it needs to be. Because here now I can reveal more of this layer. And I can mask away the stuff that I don't need. Yeah, there we go. That was the way we needed. And that little like curve here at the bottom clearly like sells it better as well. But we're gonna work on this more, so we'll make sure that it looks presentable enough. And this part here is gonna be a little question on like a little question on how we will do it, but sure we can figure it out. So let's now constant like or no mask this area out, and then maybe with my splash brush we can bring some of those splashes back there. Yeah, something like that. Now we have the ship there in the middle. Maybe we add this wave again to the other side. So yeah, there we go. Painting this would be so much more enjoyable. But my paintings, like I haven't painted in such a long time that I don't think I could do it now. So now the ship and this thing, we would just move it a little bit more to the left again. And that's it. Yeah, maybe a wave in front of the ship. Yes, that's what I did now. And we'll maybe add a few more as well along the way to see how it would look. Dang, those paintings look amazing with the lighting, right? It's so crazy how like good some people are at painting. Okay, let's start just blending this in, and then we figure out the waves and the splashes and whatnot a bit later again. So actually this wave should be a bit lower, or should it? Maybe it shouldn't. Yeah, now we start to blend this thing together. So we need this, of course. And the first thing that I usually do when I start blending nowadays, I mean, let's organize something a little first. Let's create that as the sky folder. And then we have these different layers for the sky, for the waves. Actually, this one we maybe want to reveal a little more from points. My mouse is lagging like crazy. I hate it right now. Just trying to figure out what else can I like bring in here in terms of waves. This wave definitely needs more work, but we can't really work more on it now. And then this one is okay. What? Yeah, this one actually is nice. Let's bring that. Ooh, I like that. Bringing the middle area in, like instead of having this foam, let's bring actual ocean in there. Looks way better. It's all a little bit of a rough job right now, but it's fine. You're gonna notice that it comes together better when it's like blended. But I really like the look of the ocean now. Remember that none of the elements are blended perfectly. Scale looks a lot better now with the waves like this. Definitely. Good tip with the waves. I probably would have left them like they are if you wouldn't have like told about the scale, because I often, when I'm like editing quickly, I don't really think about those type of things enough. So thanks for that tip. Okay, let's add a little bit of color to this. So this is now the ocean. And this is the ship. And then this is also part of the, I mean, it sort of has to be on top of the ship. And this is the tentacle layer, I would say. And then we need to figure out the sky, but now we're gonna blend a little bit of this. So let's start with a solid color. I'm gonna match it from the sky. Let's clip mask it and take the opacity of this down. And then we're going to take it away a little bit from the brightest highlights. Something like, actually no. Let's try a different approach. Let's add hue and saturation and colorize. And then we clip mask that. Then we do it with this. Something like that. And then we take the fill down. Something like that. Not bad. And I think in order for me to be able to blend this better, I need to see the sky, like the last sky sort of. So we're gonna go sky hunting now. And we need to find a sky that would actually fit to this scene. This might be way too dark, but we can always try. This sky actually could work. And it probably will work, but in order for me to make it work, I need to first figure out the horizon here. Because the horizon, of course, now looks really bad. So I'm just going to brush this layer off a little. And then we need to just figure out, maybe clone stamp that a little bit. Let's see if we can clone stamp this. So rasterize it and then just clone stamp some of this sky out, or in, I mean. Yeah, we definitely don't want a mountain back there. That's not the vibe. Dude, these lives give me the awesome weekly Facebook lives flashback. Yeah, I used to do those a lot. How am I gonna do the ocean horizon here now? I'm like a little pissed that I can't. There was one layer that had like a really good... Actually, this layer looks pretty bad there. But I really want to focus on the horizon. Is it this layer that could bring me a good horizon? No. Is it this layer? No. Because there is one layer that creates the horizon there. This one. All right, we'll figure it out. Do you guys like the sky? Like if I blend it, I mean, of course I would need to blend it a little better. Yeah, the sky is cool. Okay, we might keep this one. This part might be a little too bright for my taste, but I don't think that's gonna be an issue because we could just do it like that as well. Like we don't really need to have any of that bright stuff in the horizon or on the horizon itself. Just want to blend that, or maybe like a little bit, very at the bottom of it could be cool. Like a little bit of light at the bottom corner. Something like that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Horizon we need to figure out. The tentacles we need to figure out. We need to start blending the ocean better. Maybe a wave here as well. Because right now that's missing a huge thing there. So we could take... Let's just use that one. So it is this one. Duplicate it. Delete layer mask. And then we use that wave here in the foreground. Although it's a little bad quality, I think we need a wave here. Yeah, that wave fits there pretty well. Let's duplicate it one more time and then maybe flip it and bring another wave in here. But that would then be this wave. So that wave, and it'll be there. Let's take all of it away first and then add that one there. Or maybe not. Nah. Let's keep it like that for now. This wave though needs to be a little bit more pointy. It's a little hard to make with this now. Maybe with Liquify I can do it. So let's go. Actually creating this ocean is such a pain. It's so hard to do. I didn't imagine it being this hard to create a stormy ocean. Maybe I just need to really travel somewhere when there is a really stormy ocean. So in the future I would have those. Because right now it's like really hard for me to create a nice looking ocean. Yeah, I was always just, maybe that demotivated me a little bit also to do the lives, because I mean, I appreciated everyone who always joined, but then like I just felt like sort of useless in continuing it every week and putting so much my time into the lives, because it always took quite a lot of my time to create those lives and like show up there every week. And then when only like 5 people showed up, it sort of always made me feel like, why am I like spending so much time when such little amount of people are always joining? But I'm glad to hear that you who joined it like actually enjoyed it. Like that's good to hear. Now I'm creating a little bit of a shadowing on this thing. Not that good with shadows and highlights, but always good to add like a little bit at least. This area needs like way more contrast though. Maybe the whole boat needs a little more contrast, but let's start with this side. So far this has been a really nice project to work on. I really enjoy it. So a little bit of exposure here. There we go. I hate this patchiness. Now that I look at it, it's really, really distracting. Let's see if we can hide a little bit of it by just brushing color on top. Because we should be able to, but we'll see. Now just brushing color to blend like a little better in. And again, my blending style is very rough. Like, I don't really do it with that many rules in mind. Just sort of brush whatever looks good. Usually I take it off from the underlying layer though with the blend diff slider, but for this one I'm actually going to duplicate it. And take the first one out like that and decrease the fill, and then the second one I'm just gonna mask in, so the second one is just gonna be like here on the bottom. Okay, and then we need more color on it, so maybe I'll add a there we go. A little bit more color and contrast. That looks pretty good. And then let's brighten up the sky a little bit with curves as well. Let's add another curve actually. And then we're gonna add fog with my new fog brushes from here. This one is my favorite. And this is gonna then like hopefully tie the background more together. And then again, let's take it off from the highlights like that. Okay, so now we have blended in a little bit more. It's nowhere near perfect. The next thing we need to do is start to really like tune in these layers. And then we start to add the tentacles. And I think after that, it won't take us too long to finish. Like after that, I actually do think that we could be done pretty quick. Although that's famous last words because the tentacles might be really complicated to add. So I shouldn't say anything. All right. And then this layer. Should I just keep that wave there? Yeah, that's wave. Which wave? This wave? Or the other? This one? Or this one? I can't decide. That one sort of fits there better. What do you think? Just waiting for an answer before I continue. Just join those fishermen for a few weeks. I'm sure they will encounter some storms. True. Those are some crazy shows. I remember watching them when I was little. I was like quite frightened about them. That's understandable. Nonetheless, I just can't thank you so much for the Friday lives and all the techniques and tips you shared to improve art. Thank you. That really means a lot to me. I'm so glad to hear that there's at least some people who enjoyed it and actually like got something out of it. Great to have these lives in the background while I'm working so I can pick up a few extra techniques along the way. Well, that's perfect then. If you can pick up something. Yeah, it was crazy. They helped me as well, Tom, back then, and really loved hanging out there. Good. Well, now this is sort of a replacement for them, I would say. Like if people want to join, then this is the way to be in lives. I like the other one, less distracting. That's good. I like the other one. It's like, which one? Shouldn't sails be up in such bad weather to prevent damage from the wind? I am not sure what you mean with that because I'm not a ship expert. So is it now the white-ish one? Okay, let's keep the white-ish one. I think it was already like blended in there, so. But then I want to take that wave off. Which one is it? This one. So this one has to be like painted off. And then this one has to be painted more in. Oh yeah, actually, let's close up the background after all like that. Yeah, that's how we're gonna do it. So I'm going to brush this in. And then we're gonna try to figure out a way how I can take... Maybe we don't even have to. Maybe I just... Well, the birds are definitely distracting, so those I'm gonna get rid of immediately. Actually, that's not gonna work out like that. Maybe with the constant tool. Yeah, constant works out for that. So birch, get out. There we go. And then let's see if we can achieve this with the blend if slider. Most likely we can't. Well, then there's always the option to what am I doing? We're gonna do a little trick here. My mouse is going crazy, I hate it. So that's the trick we're gonna do. Let's hide it. Oh gosh, why isn't it working? Let's do it like this then. For some reason it didn't work there. I tried to like close all the layers at the same time. Huh? Ah. I'm confused. Yay, here we go. Oh, wrong layer. Finally. I was so confused with my shortcuts there. Like I had no clue what I was trying to do. Sometimes that happens. Okay, so that's now the ocean. The ship still looks awful in my opinion, so that we need to fix. But now at least we got the waves here. This is fixable with the splash brush, so I'm not worried about that. And I also got an idea for the sky. So the sky is going to be clone stamped in dark like here as well. Like that. And then we're going to use the splash brush to fix that edge. Which layer has that good looking horizon? I sort of even like that one the most now that I look at it, because that looks like it's far away, whereas this one looks like it's so close. Now I'm almost like on the side of keeping this, also because there's a little highlight on the left, which would make sense with the left side. Should I keep this one? Do you have CPU, GPU bottleneck issues? I don't think I do. I just currently have a lot of programs open. I should probably close Cinema soon. The foreground needs waves too. The sea looks too still. Yeah, most likely I need to put more waves to the foreground as well. And we'll figure that out as we go as well. We have over 6,000 people, unique people have watched this live stream, which is crazy to me. You're the boss here. Both look pretty nice. Yeah, I just want, of course, your input on it as well. I'll keep that one. Okay, now it's decided. Then I need to just carefully cut around here. And maybe instead of now trying to match that shed, I will just match the color and the lightness of the cyan on that area. And then I delete this. And then I add a mask to it again and brush it only on that area. Okay, that's a little easier way to approach it. And then I want to still combine that with the splash brush, so. Okay, that looks awful. I'll figure that one out later as well. Yeah, I get what you mean with that. What the hell is going on there? Like if I turn this off, maybe we just need to clone stamp this more. And then turn this back on. There we go. Maybe I'll have a little bit of the whitish one there as well. There's so many decisions have to be made always when you're editing, and it's sort of annoying at times. That wave does sort of, when it comes to like, if we only think about the storm, it sort of fits there better. What? So that's not a wave? It wasn't even a wave. Okay, then we need to keep the whitish one. I thought that was a wave, but it wasn't. Interesting. So here we go again with this one then. But it did look like a wave. It definitely did look like a wave. Maybe. I'm not even sure at this point. I'm having, if you haven't noticed, having like massive troubles here with the horizon all the time. And I don't know why I'm like trying to master it now, because I clearly wouldn't have to. Like I can just focus on it later. Okay. Sorry for the radio silence again. Just trying to figure out this one part here so it looks a little... That looks so unrealistic with the blur here. Maybe I'll just clone stamp that part out. That's better. It's also not blue enough, this layer. And then this layer here, this now we start to like basically blend these together. So let's name them so I actually know which one is which. This is not even needed now anymore, I think. This is the foreground wave. So foreground wave. I was getting tired of clicking them on and off. This one is sort of the middle. This one is background. This one is deleted ASAP. No, I call it right and I'll adjust it at some point. This is the sort of pulling wave on that side. So left, background. This is left, foreground, and then this one, what was this one? Ah, it was sort of like an experiment type of thing. No, there definitely has to be something else here in the foreground. Like even when I paste this in here, it sort of makes it look, in my opinion, a little better. Could always add some cool lighting hitting the seas in the far distance. That's true. That is true. I could also lift it a little bit because there was this, I guess it's then this layer that has that really nice, yeah. So this one, I'll do this. Okay, now we'll fix this issue once and for good. So we'll create this and I'll put it above everything now. And we are just gonna take the horizon line from this. And I think quick selection is good enough to pick that up. And then we don't need anything else but the horizon. And I think I can just do that. Now we have a horizon line. Okay, so where do we put this horizon line is the question. We put it most likely under everything. Here. Like that. That was too much. So let's put it there. And then let's erase it from that side, duplicate it, bring it there. And now we have a horizon line that I should have created already ages ago. But that's not good enough for the horizon. Then I combine these, I blend them a little better in there. Like that. There we go, now we have the horizon. I do have a feeling that this is gonna look pretty cool when it's finished. But to get to the finishing point, it's still gonna take a while. Definitely gonna take a while. Let's bring this to camera raw. And it's pretty good quality stock. Not much I need to do there. Maybe take the contrast away. Okay, that side we clearly need to then just paint if we want to. And let's dehaze it. I'm gonna blend it again. So now it looks like that. Then we add a curve. Yeah, now we're getting that highlight there on the left, which will allow us to blend everything a little better. That's all I sort of wanted, to be honest. All right. So then a little bit of light to the horizon and to the top of the sky here. No, actually not the top of the sky, just the horizon for now. And then let's see. Again, all I'm trying to do is just like sell the ocean a little better here. I need to figure out which way I can do it the best. Here we need some sort of a wave. This wave is a little stupid there. A thunderbolt would go nice under that dark cloud. That is also true, and it could add to the scene. I'm not necessarily a huge fan of lightning strikes, but we could try quick. Actually, let's try it right now so we know once and for all if we want it or not. So we go to my lightning brushes. Let's select, for example, this one. Then we need to just pick like a good color for it. Something like that. And then I would mask it. That would like start from here. And then we need to maybe an exposure. And then we need to like brush a little bit of that brighter area here with my fog brush. Just bright like this area a little bit in here because that's where the lightning strike sort of starts from. And then let's do the same but with like an actual layer. Then we need to work on it a little more, of course, but that's sort of the initial way how I would maybe do it. Okay, let's keep it there for now. I might grow to like it, I might not, but we'll see. So, wave blending. This left foreground wave is not the vibe there, if you ask me. Sort of would need to be longer. If I stretch it, maybe. Yeah, if I stretch it, it's fine, but then it might look even more sort of. It already looked like pretty bad, so if I now like stretch it even more, it might look. We need to figure out a wave here. So which wave are we gonna use? This one? No. This we can't use. Here. Oh, we have these ones as well. But those are not like stormy enough. This one probably would not be able to fit it though. Maybe. Let's see. This is like a very, very maybe type of process here. I'm using the colorize option on the hue and saturation to blend it in like initially a little bit. I don't think that will work out like that. Are you still using a G Pro mouse? What issues it have? I am using it. I don't think it has any issues, but I feel like when I have some other devices close to it, the wireless sort of function of it gets somehow fucked up. It at least keeps disconnecting all the time, which is super annoying. Where is this? This wave has to be like a little bit more to the left, to the right, I mean. And stretched maybe a little bit as well. Like that. I think the ocean is starting to look good enough. We just need to figure out that one wave there still. Let's reset that and try to play around with it a little bit. Where is this sharp line coming from is my question as well. From this one. This actually didn't work out at all. I just use a normal curve to blend it in. There we go. And then it's the background one that is bothering me the most in terms of blending. Let's fade it, darken it. And then colorize it. It's actually, I can't find exactly that tone here. It's like cyan, but a very like tiny bit. And what if we make this one with the ship like a lot bigger? You adding any more waves in the far background where the straight horizon line is right now? I don't think so, because that's sort of the reason why I added it there, so it's like visible. But if I have it like that, I sort of have to like blend it in more. Selected with the paint dropper with bigger average than use a solid to paint. Yeah, that's something that I use quite often as well. But for some reason, it's because the wave has such a like small amount of it visible there. Now the mouse is like really annoying. At this point, I usually like to add a few filters. So I usually just go to luminosity and then I just play around with these 3D lookups. Let's start again and look through. And this also actually helps me, when I see it like this, it helps me to notice areas that are too bright. So it's the left foreground one here that is way... This one actually I will turn off now. And this one is just way too bright here in the highlight, so... Let's burn it a little. And let's add a little color into it. And then the same goes for left background. So to this we have to add a little bit of color. And also to the, but I guess that's okay for now. What if we try it with color and then go through them? Doesn't seem to work for like this color structure that well. Usually it works pretty well, but we'll forget it now. Like here, these textures do not blend together at all. Like I'm seeing them all the time and they make me really frustrated. It's this one. Okay, time to start adding tentacles. Then we are gonna create some finalizing things for it. I'm starting to get like a little out of focus here, if you didn't notice already. So that helps quite a bit. So tentacles, let's see. So we rendered out all of these tentacles. And I guess we're gonna start with this one. I think the most obvious way to start would just be put one here. It's like it sort of grabs this board around. And I guess it could like come from there somehow. Maybe we... Yeah, so that's pretty good. Let's stretch it and then put it here. And then we mask it away from here. All good, could always do a part 2 stream. That's right. I could stop and then continue, but I sort of would want to like continue working on it, if I'm like completely honest. So maybe the splash brush would work here as well. And here as well, it would be really important now to use the colorize thing. Take the opacity down. It's actually going to most likely look really cool when the tentacles are around it. I have a feeling, just a feeling. And then we need to somehow blend this one. Oh gosh, how do I even start? Ooh, that's gonna be... Where should I position this? Should it be somehow connected to it already? Or should it be in the ocean like this? That like parts of it is visible. Then I could like add some of the tentacles here going around and one here going around. I guess I'm gonna duplicate it and then just like blend some of the areas of this away immediately. So you would have it like that. This part here would be like coming from the water. This one would also be like half submerged in the water still. Then I need to spin it a little though. And then we try to blend this a little bit. And let's brush some of this away. So we still keep some of that like original color. What if it's on the board and you can shadow? Yeah, you mean probably that if it's like here somehow already on it. But I feel like if this is gonna be more of a KRAKEN edit, like this would have to be like a massive thing. Not that it hides everything, but it should be like quite big. Probably not bigger than this though, but if I put it here, it's gonna hide too much of the thing. So I think that's like the more obvious place, but we can change that also overall. Yeah, and its tentacles are going all around. Exactly. That's how it would rather be. Right now the highlights don't make any sense though. And one thing that I needed to do either way is to grab this part, duplicate it before we even blend anything. So this has to go here. And I wanted to just spread it. And then I wanted to brush it away and take the opacity down. So we have more of that texture going all around. Because here we don't have any, and then when we do that, we have a little bit. The lighting is completely off. And this is the annoying thing about working in 2D. That the lighting you have to create yourself. And it's sometimes really hard. Personally, I wouldn't use that octopus image at all. Like, just have a giant tentacles around the ship from the sea. Leave the head of the creature for the viewer to fill in. I agree. I do agree, because this looks way more mysterious than this. Like, if I add this here, it doesn't give a feeling that there's this massive thing behind. That's actually like something that you're exactly right with, Mike. So rather just focus on putting these tentacles around this massive thing. And this is already going to be like more than enough to try to figure out how we're going to put all of this nicely around. I feel like this one could come from there. Like this one could come from somewhere here. Most likely for this I need to look at reference as well. Or that it would be better to look at reference. So it could go behind here. Although, since these are sort of see-through, then I would need to keep part of it visible. We'll figure it out. But first, let's take it away from this part completely. Like this. So it would go behind there. And then it would go, you would see it like a little bit there. I've never created anything like this, so this should be quite interesting when it's finished. There we go. This one is now there, but then we need to duplicate it. And we need to basically invert this and brush it in here, but brush it out from the other place. So brush it in here and then brush it out from everywhere else. And then apply the hue and saturation to both of these. And then for this one, we just take the opacity down a lot. So there's like a little bit of a shadow from it behind there. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so that's now the second one. And then I think we're gonna use the straight ones. And I guess this one would have to be on the background since the tentacles are this way. So let's just add the puppet warp to this. And then add a few points. And then we just start playing around with it. So the end would be like actually quite, maybe even add like a little bit of a, no, rather like this, and then at the bottom it would like go a bit like that. And then really spin it around. Like something like that. And this one would then go behind, let's again add the hue and saturation to this. And this one would have to go behind the ship, but partly also above it. Maybe I'll just mask it. So the way how I'm gonna mask it is that I'm going to grab the ship from here and apply a mask to it. But then just like move it around freely, of course. So that will probably come from behind somewhere. And it also doesn't have to be a smart object anymore. So like that. And then we need to figure out how we crap it. Maybe in a way that it comes from behind here. And then grabs the, which part is it gonna grab? The placement is a little hard. I mean, this one could just come from there. And then with Puppet Warp, we can spin it a little more. So let's add another one. And just, what happened there? No, it doesn't have to be. It can just be like that. Like all of the tentacles don't have to touch the board in a way that it already grabbed it, because there has to be some sort of movement that it would still like sort of be like about to grab something instead of already grab. So something like that. And then one has to definitely come from here and wrap around like something here maybe. Maybe even go like all the way across. Yeah, so that one is going to be then this. And we're going to do the same thing with the Puppet Warp. So this one we need to think that it's going to come from the front, and then it's going to like sort of capture everything from there. Yeah, maybe some around the ship, like one coming a bit from the foreground. Yeah. Definitely. So let's add this. It's so good with the Puppet Warp. I'm so glad I bought this asset for this project. I don't think I could have done it without it. Something like that. And this tentacle is then going to be thinner and smaller, and it's going to grab the border. Okay, that's too small. So this is then going to grab the board around, but I span it a little too much. So let's go back to the Puppet Warp and do it like this. Puppet Warp is such a cool tool, right? It's super cool. I hate how like the smart object at first always sort of like doesn't show it the right way. Super annoying. But yeah, this one comes from somewhere here and it grabs it around, and it's not going to go through everything, so it's just going to come up from here, of course. And let's add that splash effect to it as well. We can fix those like a little later then if it looks too unrealistic. And then here, it's gonna go through this thing from there. And then it's going to like go behind this as well. So you don't really see like the tip of it, but just that it like wraps it around sort of. That's actually really cool. I really like it. One has to come from the right though as well. And I'm not sure if I rendered one like that. This one definitely also with the splash effect. There's still quite a few people watching. Thank you for sticking around. I really appreciate it. This wave was perfectly here not to use. Or yeah, like that. But it sort of intersects with that, so maybe I'll add a puppet warp to it as well. Or maybe I can just use the warp tool now to like spin it like a little more that way. And then I also need, yeah, like the very end of it, we need to see like a little bit of shadow. So let's reveal it a bit there as well. Why isn't it revealing? Ah, there we go. So then with like really small flow, we can bring a little bit of that back because we need to see that shadow. Same here though. Here we need to see a shadow as well. Had to run errands and left is running. Glad to be back and see it's still going. What a progress. Yeah, we started doing the tentacles and that sort of changed. I'm probably going to keep it at that. I don't think it needs more tentacles. That's already like quite a few. I don't think the lightning strike is the vibe though. I'll just remove that. I didn't grow to like it. Yeah, I guess then it's time to start doing the finishing touches on the lighting and the overall like blending and whatnot. I think I'm gonna add that above there and then just, this is tentacles. What was this name, tentacle? I guess this group is, what does it contain? Oh, this one that we didn't need. Yeah, Mike, the idea of just leaving that thing out of it and keeping the tentacles only made it way better. So yeah, good tips from your end all the time. Today is one of those days when I'm just editing and I'm like really hungry, but I haven't eaten anything. So after this live, I'm probably gonna devour some food. Definitely need to add like more of this colored. I know it already that I'm gonna have a little bit of an issue blending this ball, like ship in. We need a wave here. We need a wave there so badly. If I would be Benny, I would go in and spend 17 hours creating highlights, but maybe I'll spend 10 minutes instead. He's really good when it comes to that. I think I'm also gonna add a little bit of glow, so let's do that. Colorize. And I think if I add it to linear dodge, that creates a nice glow. So now we start doing another tedious process. Highlights. But as I said, I'm not gonna spend like too much time on them. Just to have a little bit of something around is enough. Love these live demos, keep doing them. Thank you, glad you like it. What do you think? Would you need a shadow also for the middle cell because tentacle in the back? Yeah, for this one and for some, yeah, I'll create some of the shadowing as well at some point, for sure. And the highlights on this one are now like a little stupidly on the wrong side. I can't really change that now. I mean, I could, but I don't know if I want to. Okay, let's see how it looks on this one now, because this one needs a little bit of highlights here on this side. Yeah, that turned out fine. So if you didn't catch how I have the layer set up, it's a hue and saturation as a colorized version, and then I set it to linear dodge. And that at least always works well for me when creating highlights. I'm not too specific with my highlights though, I just like sort of brush in. Alright, I'm getting off for today. Can't wait to see the finished piece later. Thanks for the stream. No worries, man. Thank you so much for all the tips and thanks for hanging around. We have been live now for 3 hours. Wow. It has went past so quick. That's actually crazy. 3 hours and I feel like I haven't been here even for like an hour. Okay, maybe that's a stretch. Yeah, I do feel like I've been here for an hour. So, a little bit more shadow in here. That was a little too strong. That's enough. And then this tentacle has to be darker. I just noticed that. It's crazy how like much just like one layer can do for the blending. Like that already immediately, like before that, it sort of would mean that the sky wouldn't have this darker part here. And now when we add that, it just makes it way better. And I'm actually going to do the exact same that I just did, but for highlights. So there's going to be like some really strong highlights on this side. And that is also going to be set to, I think we could set it to, actually, we are just going to do it like this and then brush a little bit in. Also, these parts have to be made darker. Like there's a lot of parts that are now like a little over exposed, but I'll fix those as well at some point. I mean, I'm not gonna, I don't know, maybe I'll finish it today. We'll see. Should I finish it today? Like I don't have any issue finishing it. So if there's still people who want to watch, then I might just as well finish it so you see the whole process. Okay, now I want to fix those areas with like these areas. Maybe we need to even clone stamp some. What would be the best way for me to now approach that? I think there isn't any other way than just by doing it like this. Or there is another way, but this is now the easiest way that I can sort of think of. So this is how we're gonna do it. So all of these parts where there's like wires and some of these areas, like they need to be darker. Not as dark as I'm making them now, but they of course have to be darker. Yes, so a little darker ropes will be better. This is again one of those progresses where I don't really have anything to say. I'm just like gonna get through it. I'm so surprised my camera is still on. Usually it would have shut down at this point already. But I'm glad it hasn't, because otherwise we would have audio issues like always. Are there people in the stream currently who have also watched some streams that I've done in the past on YouTube so far? And when I'm streaming, is it something that always interests you, or is it rather just that if you have time you'll watch? Because this is something that I enjoy doing quite a bit, and I might like continue doing it more and more. It's a nice way to share some skills and just chat and yeah, get some edits done myself as well at the same time. Do you use mouse or vacuum? I use mouse right now, but I do have a drawing tablet. I just don't use it right now. This is my first one. All right, and finish it. Yeah, I'm gonna finish it. Maybe I'll do some like minor tweaks after the live, but it's not gonna be anything too dramatic then after that anymore. I'm pretty happy with it already, but it's like the lighting and the shadows and stuff is not like really on point yet. So now we're like starting to get somewhere with darkening these parts. Also, one question I have is, would any of you be down for some sort of community type of challenges that I would maybe once go live and we would all edit together? That I, for example, pick 15 images or so, or like 10 images, and then we would have a Discord channel, or yeah, a Discord channel, and then we would edit together. I'll create something and then you create something at the same time, and we can all submit our different versions at the same time, because that's definitely something I would be down for. But I just want to know if any of you would join something like that as like an editing challenge. Yeah, for sure. I think it's very interesting to see the full process and how you approach every single problem when you come up with a new idea. Very useful. Yeah, I think that's the only thing that is like super useful from these lives, because yeah, as I said earlier, it's all about problem solving. Camera died. All right. Well, do you care if I don't change it now? Because the audio is most likely gonna get really bad if I change it. So I'd rather like not risk it now. If you can still hear me well, that's like the main important thing. But I most likely won't change it now, because if I do change it, then yeah, there's a risk always that the audio gets fucked up. The audio is choppy now. Yeah, there we go. happens every time. But now at least we all know that it is because of the camera when it shuts off. Yeah, it's because of the camera. Just a second, I'll shut my camera off. Is the audio still glitching? I tried to like unblock some things. It's not glitching? It's fine now? If that's how easy it is to fix, I will be really happy in the future. How is it for others? So for one of you it's fine now, but I want to hear how it, like if it's fine for all of you. Yes, it's fine. Perfect. So then what I'm gonna do is I am going to put a new camera into my, new battery into my camera, and then we'll have the web camera back as well. So all I needed to do is unplug everything that is connected to the camera, then, yeah, okay. In the past I was just stressed out midstream to do anything for some reason. Although this should be like a pretty chill setup of just streaming always and not be so stressed out, but yeah. Audio 5 out of 5. Perfect. I'll change the battery to my camera and then we'll see. Just a second. So here we go. Okay, breaking half of the stuff in my room. Yeah, okay, now the other battery fell. There's a huge dent in my desk now. I dropped the battery and now my AirPods are on the ground. Good, Julius, perfect. Just a second, sorry. All right, so camera on and cam link in. I think there's lack of color and mood in the pic. Yes, there still is. And we are back. And audio stayed fine, right? You can buy a dummy battery for the camera. Yes, I need that. I've been actually thinking of getting one, but I still didn't. Okay, so now we have gone through almost all of these different ropes, but still we need to go through like a little bit of them. I will take the opacity of this layer down so it's not that strong, like naturally. But this is sort of an important step to work on, especially with all of these nets here as well. Like there's a little bit of something. I'm not going to be like precise with all of them, but there has to be some sort of fun, like net structure here. Hi Martin, how are you doing? We are 3 hours into the live. Are the ropes anywhere else here? These ropes are actually fine like they are. I don't need to go that in depth with it. Okay, so now that we are at this point, I will take one more layer, and actually this one won't be clip masked. And with this, I'll fix all of these rough lines. Now a drawing tablet would be perfect when I'm painting these in. There's so many lines and sharp edges and stuff here that like require a little bit of that extra push in order for them to look realistic. I mean, right now I'm sort of doing the counter to that. I'm making everything look a little bit less realistic, but soon it will all make sense. Hopefully. Yeah, these lines were really frustrating here. Oscar, I don't know. I sort of forgot about that account already. I don't know why. I'm fine, nice work, good to hear. Any tips on how to get rid of a bad habit? Depends a lot on the bad habit, but I mean, I have also a lot of bad habits, and it takes a long while for me to get rid of them. Sometimes I don't even get rid of them because I enjoy the bad habits too much. So I don't think I'm the best person to ask that from. I guess every person ever has a lot of bad habits. Like that's just the human nature. So now this is a very important step. So I'm blurring now. After this, I'm blurring this. Like pretty much all of it. I'm blurring a little bit. And now like this is how it looks without. So without it, it looks like this. And then when I take the opacity down, all of it stands out a little more. I at least think that's better. But I mean, these are just opinions. And this whole layer here is actually really, really bad. It's because this is set to... yeah, something like that. This wave we need to fix. Maybe find another wave there as well. Then let's see if we can add a little bit of color to the scene. Not everywhere, but to some areas. Not everywhere proceeds to brush it everywhere. I always learn something when I watch, but mostly watch because I work from home and can leave you pulled in the corner while I also work. It's pleasant and helpful. Yeah, that's actually makes me feel really good. There's people who just like work on other things, and then yeah, whenever there is something interesting, then you hop in to see. That's a really good way to focus on two things at the same time. Okay, time to add a little bit of atmosphere here. Don't worry, it looks really bad right now, but this is just my workflow. I brush a lot of fog in. And then once I have brushed a bunch of fog in and created this like dramatic look, then I often go to the layer and I take it off from the underlying blend slider. Just brush a little bit of that stuff. Usually I also take it actually away like a little bit from the very brightest points, because I like to like leave a little bit of that there. But this is literally just one fog layer. Some of you might think that it looks really bad, but I personally love the look of that. Where is that first tentacle here? This one I needed to brush a little darker already since ages, so let's do that now. Maybe all of the tentacles actually need a little bit of that. Which one is this one? Oh, here. And then here. I can actually save this video and create a speed edit or speed art out of it, post it on Instagram or on YouTube. Because now that I have it, why not? Worked quite a few hours on this, so yeah. I think it's a very interesting edit. I like creating something new like this once in a while. It's just this wave does not fit here at all because everything is so sharp here, but then like this is not sharp at all. I remember watching some of your very first lives like 3 years ago. Any other things? No. Yeah, I used to do lives, I think. Yeah, I guess it was then 3 years ago. And I enjoyed doing those a lot already then. Looks super cool. Thank you. Let's create some shadowing here. So we need like a little bit darker areas on some of these waves, but I literally need to do it with like a few percent flow. This boat actually would need to, or ship would need to be quite a lot darker here from the front. Here in the horizon or on the right side, we need to darken it a lot to crush that other side, and then here on this side we can brighten up things a bit. Actually, now it became too colorized. I know a better way to do that. Let's bring the exposure down and increase the gamma a little bit and then do it. Yeah, that's a better way. And now when we have decreased the exposure, then we are going to create a layer, set it to linear dodge add. Let's create some bright high, no, not linear dodge add, but overlay. Let's create some bright highlights here. Actually, I maybe want to focus on the ship for a while. So let's create some of that light like shining through from here. Yeah, it's way too much. Something like that. And then I need to figure out that wave. I've said it so many times already, but I still haven't done it. And we really need to figure it out. So we are going to grab this wave now just to test it out. And why am I grabbing it there? Because we have it somewhere again. How many layers do we have? Only 75 layers. This is nothing compared to what I had for that other edit I did a few days ago. But I guess this is like a little bit more of a simple edit. I mean, not the quickest edit, but more simple. But yeah, here we need a wave and here we need a wave. So let's now take it's this left background wave. And we need it. Let's reveal it. And then pull it here. Now it's starting to lag. I'll close cinema. No. Yeah, 3.5 hours in. Interesting. Should I keep more color on the tentacles? This might have very mixed reactions because that's basically just like a preference question and less of a, yeah, like less of anything else, more of just. And sorry for being so silent again. I've just been on for quite a long time, so just starting to get like a little tired. Just a tiny bit more. Yeah, I'll go in and adjust that soon. But this wave is now something that I want to try out. It might be that I need to go on a hunt for some wave stock soon if I don't. I mean, I do have some waves that I've shot myself as well. I could just use those. This wave doesn't particularly fit to the way how the waves are, but I'm also, my editing style is very like jumping. I jump from one thing to another. I don't finish a thing that I want to finish. It's probably something all of you have noticed by now. Just a little light on the sky so it stands out more. Okay, we are now gonna check through my images from here. These I can't use because these are already used. And then if I go to, where is my hard drive? Why isn't it connected? Should be connected, but it's not. Yes, just a second. I need to connect my hard drive, which is going to be a little tricky since my setup is for streams like a little permanent here. Oh, from here I somehow can make it to the USB ports. There we go. A NAS server would be something that I really need. 7,000 people in total watched the stream so far. That's crazy to me. Where is it? Oh, the cable is just a little broken. Still not. This cable is actually completely broken. There we go. No? It's not connecting. Maybe if I put it up here. Da-da-dun. 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 There we go. Okay. So, all images and videos, trips. Then we go to Indonesia. And then Nusa Penida. Kalinking Beach from down. So here we have some waves, but they're taken during the day. So that won't work out. Maybe we'll go to another time I was here. So we are gonna go to Indonesia, Nusa Penida, clinking down. And then here we have some waves. That again might be hard to match there, but this one could work. Oh, now that I look at this, it's very blue. Maybe adding a little yellow could be good. Let's take the contrast down quite a bit. Let's take the vibrance and the saturation down. Highlights down. And then let's only take the wave. And then let's hit OK. Put it above everything else. And then match it here. So this wave at least should work. We need to lift it a bit there. Okay, so now we have a wave. And then we need to blend it. So to approach blending, I would just add a hue and saturation, colorize. Something like that. Maybe go back into the camera raw settings and let's not take the contrast down as much as I did. Maybe even like increase the brightness here. Like that. What's a decent beginner camera? Not too expensive. Again, that's like a little hard question for me since I'm not that experienced with different cameras. I've only had like 3 cameras during my whole photography career, so to say. Like I'm not that big on that stuff, to be honest. So I have to disappoint and say that I don't really know. I might have to say that this wave, after all, might be too distracting and annoying there. Let's try it to the other side. Where is this one wave? Where did I put it? There. Okay, so now we will... This one we can remove. So let's flip this. So here it actually might fit better. I'm so done with these waves, like I can't seem to figure out a good way to add more. Okay, well that works. If I can now blend that well. One thing that I want all of you to remember is that for me, even after 5 years, this is all trial and error. Like every edit is trial and error times million. Like nothing really works out the way I want it to work out at first. Would there be another way I can put here? I can't remember any other time I've been at the ocean with... Oh, yes, I do remember. Here. Here we have some waves. Some waves that actually have more or less the same color tone as well, but unfortunately there's surfers on top of them. Let's try this one. So again, let's try to match it a little better with what we have. And we again need only the wave. Ooh, this might work. I said that already. Many times. We need to get rid of this surfer here. Can we just do it with this? Yeah. Photoshop is starting to act up a little, which is uncommon. Okay, so I'm gonna take this part from here. Actually, let's take a bigger part. So we're gonna take this whole part from here and duplicate it and then warp it, or maybe puppet warp it because that works better. Let's create like a round shape for it. That's too round. Like actually this part maybe up and then this one more down like that. Yeah, okay. So this one now goes here. And then, okay, let's just try now. So it definitely needs a little more shadow. It needs to be less saturated. So saturation problem fixed, and then we make it a little darker. So add like a little shadow, oops. A little bit of shadow under here so it matches better with the other one. And then I guess after that we brush a little bit of brightness here on top maybe. Yeah, so a little brightness then here. There we go. Okay, waves are done. I think it looks stormy enough. A little bit more color to the tentacles, that is possible. But in order for me to do that, I might, since at this point, I don't think I will edit the tentacles anymore. I will just do it like this. Or like master. Huh? Yeah, like that. And then inverted. And then I will just brush a little of this color in to certain areas. This like adds a little bit of that red punch into the tentacles. But yeah, it can't be too much. I agree with the color in the tentacles, or maybe some contrast. Just something that feel a little flat. Am I wrong? Yeah, they do feel a little wrong. Also, I like also been working on this for so long that at this point it's like starting to be hard for me to see all of the different. Yeah, that's a little better. So before and after. And then I think I'm gonna add a little bit of like splashes and stuff here. So with this, I'm just going to add splashes. To all of the like spots where the tentacles are coming up, I try to add a little bit of splashes. Yeah, that feels more like it. Maybe in general, like a little more splashes around the area. Yes, I like that. And then, what else? Thunder lightning. Yeah, the issue with that was that I don't think it really fitted to this scene. Maybe some of you disagree, but I really don't think it looked that good. But I am going to play around now with the, like maybe by adding like a little bit of yellow somewhere. Because it is super blue, the scene. So like maybe here the whole like area where the sky and the tentacles are like could be a little more yellowish. Yes, definitely a little more yellow. Let's actually try an overlay layer and brush like a little bit of more of a orange light. Yeah, something like that. I don't really know what else to do for it. I mean, I could go in detail and just like keep on like adding tiny things. I'm not sure if that's needed anymore at this point. I think if people are gonna look back to this live, they're like, what the this dude is not talking anything. Been so silent. Okay, hey. It's like getting to the point where I don't really know if I should do anything else. Let's try the lightning strike. That's the last thing. People are recommending it, so we are gonna try it out. We have to. Then we just have to figure out, is it going to be a one strike like this? Or is it going to be one that is like, no, definitely not that one. But maybe this one is the best one. And it will come down from there, shoot this way. And yeah, it would start from like this point. Now my Photoshop is lagging like crazy. So it will come from there. And I personally don't know if I'm gonna be able to make it look good. But I guess I can try. So it would come from there. Maybe even like a little bit more from up there. How many hours did you spend on it so far? We have spent 4 hours soon on this piece. Or I have spent and you have watched. My whole day went into creating this, but I'm not complaining. I love creating. I don't really know. What do you guys think on that lightning strike? It's a nice detail. Some light rain might help. Okay, I have a rain brush. Let's see if that will help. Here. There we have a bit of rain. Maybe like a little bit more glow from the lightning strike though. Like it can't be that. And maybe hiding some parts of it. Like right now I think it looks too fake. I mean it is a brush so it cannot look like absolutely perfect. We're hiding like parts of it behind these clouds. Yeah, this layer really now like started blending it more in there. Yeah, like without that layer it didn't look that realistic. Now it like actually looks a little bit more realistic. It's not necessary to add it. Maybe something about it being the only strike, but mostly about what you said. Yeah, it's like a little too perfect there, if you ask me. Right now, it like fits better, but does it distract the eye then from this scene? Because this is the main view I want to pay the most attention to. And now that I look at it, I'm actually really happy with how it's turned out. I didn't imagine that it would look even near as good as it does now. Because I'm not really used to creating stuff like this. It's competing with the object, but it's blended much better now. Yeah. Because it's such a smooth sky, and then we suddenly have like this strong lightning strike there. And even taking the opacity down wouldn't help at all. Now it would be like way less. Now it's strong, and now it's like way less visible. Hey, maybe taking these bottom parts out. And here like blending that thing in a way with the fog brush that it will like be behind. No, now it looks like it's just cut up. I mean, now it's as good blended as I can make it. So it's either that or... Okay, that's it. We are done. Camera raw still, and then that's gonna be it. I think there is a lot of space in front. Yeah, but it's just that's how the composition is. I can't really... I mean, I could crop it in a bit. We could try that. There is a lot of space in the front, that is true. I mean, we can always move this ship like a little more down if needed, or make it a little bigger in general if needed. I love it. I don't mind the space in front. Maybe subtle crop in from the bottom right, not too much. Yeah, something like that. Maybe make the ship just like a tiny bit bigger. Like that. Or you could add a nice wave to fill up space like you had in your course. Yeah, here maybe, but then again that... The bottom line is that I'm never gonna finish it if I just keep like saying that one more thing, I sort of just need to wrap it up. I like that it isn't centered because it's such a chaotic, energetic scene. It makes sense that it's off a bit. Yes. What is the aspect ratio of doing artwork? I am doing at 4,000 by 5,000. The middle needs clearly like a little bit more contrast though. Like this part here. Okay, let's see. Depends on the final location of the project. Instagram is 4 to 5, but print maybe 5x7 and story post maybe. Yeah, exactly. It's like different sizes for that. Just a reminder, remember to drink some water. That's true. Haven't done a lot of that during the stream. That's a little too heavy of a crop. Or maybe not. Ooh, like stretching it. Yeah, stretching will do it. So you stretch it a little, bring it a little bit more that way, and There we have the final composition. Now there isn't like too much space in between. Then we just do like a little bit of stuff in here, sharpening. Let's add like a little bit of grain so everything looks uniform. There we go. I decided to keep the lightning strike there now. It's not necessarily bad with the lightning strike. It's just something that I'm not used to myself, and I think I just need to grow into it a little. The highlights on the ship could have been done a little better, but I think it's fine. Yeah, stretching has really done it. Glad you agree. And then we need to decide, do we want it a little bit more cyan or a little bit more blue? Definitely not more blue. It's already way too blue in my eyes. Let's see, adding like a little bit of yellow coming from there. Highlights could be a little more yellow. And shadows. I think there we have it. Some of you might disagree on the yellow highlights, but I think it looks a little too blue without them. Okay. Do we call it done or do we still do something? I think we should call it done. I'm not sure if anyone else agrees, but sometimes when you do camera raw and you apply the settings, you're like, oh, this actually looks worse than it did. Oh, we have some mistakes here. Should we check that? Well, I will just healing brush tool them off. Yeah, add a bit more red on that creepy thing to make it stand out a little more. Yeah, I can do that. Although I did already add a little bit, but I guess we can always add a bit more. Amount of splashes is fine. Maybe a little more splashes here and here. And I'm actually gonna just do it in the most destructive way possible. No, let's add a layer. Let's not be stupid. So a little bit of splashes there and here. And let's erase those areas. And yeah, those splashes add a nice detail there. Then we're gonna add like a little bit here. That's too much. Let's add with another brush. A little bit of splashes there. And let's blur those. And then maybe even here. No, that's enough. And then someone said more red to those creepy things so they stand out more. Let's see if I actually can even... Most likely it won't detect it as red, but we can try. Yeah, no, it doesn't detect it as red. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna colorize and then make this red, or like almost red. And then Control Shift I, and then also it could be that it looks less red through the stream, because my eyes it is quite red already. Well, now it's at least more red. Alright guys and girls. There we have it. 4 hours, 12 minutes. And that is exactly the reason why I don't do these type of things every single day. Because it takes forever. So. Whew. I'm done. I need to drink some water. I need to eat a little bit. I will create a speed art out of this stream. And yeah, I'll create a speed art out of this stream. I'll post it, then you can sort of see quicker how did we get to the end result. I'll post this to Instagram now as well. So go leave a comment there. And yeah, honestly, I appreciate every single one of you so much for watching all the way through. And yeah, just like popping in every now and then as well. We had 7,502 people in total watching this. And we had the peak viewers at 4 p.m., which was 3 hours ago. Like half an hour after we started. And then it's just, of course, declined towards the end. But yeah, it's really interesting that I still do have the skills of creating these type of things. I don't create these type of things often anymore, and every time I do, it's very refreshing. So yeah, it was a lot of fun creating this. And yeah, is there anything else? If you have any questions, then ask now. If not, then I will just stop the stream. My brother came in. You still going? Yeah, but I will stop you on this now, and then I will eat something, and then I'll call you after that. I'll post this image also to Instagram then. Thank you, Martin. Or Danke. Yeah, that's it. Alright, I'll stop the stream now. I'll see you in another stream at some point. Not sure if I have time to do another one in a while now. But yeah, then at least you will see me on Instagram. I will post images there still from our French trip with Michelle, and I'll keep posting these type of edits there as well. So yeah, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next